On live? Okay. Okay. Hello, what's up? Hello. Yes. Good morning. No. No, just come in the stream yard. Just click and come in. That's it. Do your thing. No problem.
Greetings, sis. I am not hearing anything on my end. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Anything on my end. Can you hear me? I hear you. Greetings and welcome to virtual Sankofa. I am Sophia Giza, and I am here to do a sage smudging ceremony as a part of the Charleston Middle Passage Remembrance. Sage is sacred to my ancestors. If you want to take a minute to get some sage for yourself, please do, and join me as I begin. This sacred sage burns as I commune with the Creator. To cleanse this space, to protect my home, to heal and bring strength and peace. For the new beginnings in the East of new birth each day. The warmth and light of the South for growth. Closing the day in the West for maturity. To the North gives wisdom and guidance, transition. When I burn sage, I usually go through all four corners of my home, and you can do that as well. But for the most part today, I'm going to just sit and do this so that I can commune with you as well. If you have your sage, we're going to begin. I am burning mine in an abalone shell, and I have a feather that is traditional. Today, the theme is honor yourself. Smudging with sage cleanses the energy and calibrates us. This is a prayer for transformational healing, because healing yourself allows you to heal your ancestors. Smudging with sage allows us to honor our ancestors. So may all ancestors put good thoughts in our minds, and we receive it for the betterment of these times. 2020 means perfect vision. So stay in your heart center and keep looking to the sky. Honor yourself. In these times of pandemic, we must be revolutionaries about controlling our health and wellness. Physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. So we fight against Corona V, corrupt police, and the powers that be. Know that our ancestors and Jah have us covered, and that no weapon formed against us can prosper. Know that if we can control our breath, we can control our world. And that Black love is the most revolutionary thing that we can do in a world that constantly tries to make us feel unwanted, unworthy, and unacceptable. Honor yourself. Smudging with sage clears away negativity. It calibrates energy and honors our ancestors. We must never feel that we need validation from outsiders. Our ancestors showed us that by example. They always are speaking to us, so we must always be listening for them. They may come in a whisper, on the wind, in a breeze, in the rustle of leaves, but they are always present. So call on them. Calling on the ancestors allow them to enter into this space. So say their names now. Call on your ancestors. I call mine. This is an image of my ancestral altar. I will call on my mother, Lillian Lindsay McQueen, my dad, Doyle Reed. Call on your ancestors. Let them guide your path. It's transformation time. Healing is liberation. So we must do the work to heal ourselves, our families, our ancestors. Uplift your heritage without apology. Because when you heal yourself, your ancestors heal too. Start with breathing and breathe deeply from the diaphragm like babies do. We come into the world knowing how to breathe correctly. We just get dumbed down in the process of life. We'll do that a little bit later on with some yoga and meditation following the smudging. Breathe through your nose, slowly in and out. Breath work frees up the soul and allows the body and mind to calibrate positively. Again, we'll breathe and deeply during meditation a little later. But in your daily life, don't forget your breathing. Start with 5 minutes a day. 5 minutes of silence. No thingness is everything. It's transformation time. So honor yourself. Breathing deeply will center you. Breath stops anxiety. It stops depression, which stops oppression. Extend the exhale, and that boosts your immune system. Breathe in and out deeply through your nose. Be a revolutionary for your health and wellness, and breathe through anything that comes your way. Smudge through everything that comes your way, knowing that this too shall pass. Honor yourself always. I want to thank you for joining me in this sage smudging ceremony. Again, my name is Sophia Giza. If you are on the path of transformation, health, and wellness, I'd be more than happy to help you. You can reach me at sophia.giza@gmail.com. I just wrote a vegan cookbook, putting my 30 years as a Gullah Geechee vegetarian and vegan to use by sharing over 90 recipes and food tips. It's available on Amazon, and it's free for Kindle Unlimited users, so please take advantage of it. It's called Vegan Soul Food, Food for the Soul. Again, I'm honored to have made this offering today for the Sankofa, virtual Sankofa, honoring our ancestors. Aho, Hetepu, Sila, Paz, Shalom, Peace, Ashe. However you say it, be it. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put on some music, actually my own dub poetry, while I make a quick change so I can come back with some yoga and meditation so that we can be transformed in these times. We have seen what James Baldwin called the fire next time. Now it is time for light workers to step forward and create balanced harmony. It is time for the water bearers to come forward and quench the thirst, blessing the universe. So again, my prayer is that you honor yourself. Thank you. And please hold on just a minute while I get changed. Petapu. Human cargo, gotta be hard. Buying and selling souls must be hard. Gotta be. Cause its image still sends repulsive shudders through me. Thinking about human cargo. Brutal bondage of bodies and
Savage Euros just out of control, buying and selling we ancestors' precious souls for souls to walk the rows of fields. Human cargo, human cargo, human cargo. Gotta be hard for both seller and human cargo. Gotta be hard. Buying and selling souls must be hard. Gotta be. Cause its image still sends repulsive shudders through me. Thinking about human cargo. Brutal bondage of bodies and souls. Savage Euros just out of control, buying and selling we ancestors' precious souls for souls to walk the rows of field. Human cargo, gotta be hard. Buying and selling souls must be hard. Gotta be. Cause its image still sends repulsive shudders through me. Thinking about human cargo. Brutal bondage of bodies and souls. Savage Euros just out of control, buying and selling we ancestors' precious souls for souls to walk the rows of fields. Human cargo, human cargo, human cargo. Gotta be hard for both seller and soul. The former, whose soul the Creator will scold. The latter's Jah will uphold. Up to the light of creation, lifting up bent backs and mending bruised hearts and broken bones. Up for the world to see and know the evil mankind does. Up for descendants of ancestors to praise captives in regal libations. Up for the benefactors of African labor to shame their wicked role. 'Cause it's gotta be hard on your soul to reap the wealth of black bodies, bodies, and soul. Human cargo, gotta be hard. The declarations of innocence also known as the 42 Confessions of Ma'at. I honor virtue. I benefit without violence. I am nonviolent. I respect the property of others. I affirm that all life is sacred. I give offerings that are genuine and generous. I live in truth. I hold sacred those objects consecrated to the divine. I speak the truth. I eat only my fair share. I speak words of good intent. I relate in peace. I honor animals as sacred. I can be trusted. I care for the earth. I keep my own counsel. I speak positively of others. I remain in balance with my emotions. I am trustful in my relationships. I hold purity in high esteem. I spread joy. I do the best I can. I communicate with compassion. I listen to opposing opinions. I create harmony. I invoke laughter. I am open to love in various forms. I am forgiving. I am non-abusive. I act respectfully toward others. I am non-judgmental. I follow my inner guidance. I speak without disturbing others. I do good. I give blessings. I keep the waters pure. I speak with optimism. I praise the goddess. I am humble. I achieve with integrity. I advance through my own abilities, for I embrace the all. The 42 Confessions of Ma'at. The 42 Confessions of Ma'at. The 42 Confessions of Ma'at. Had to prove. The 42 Confessions of Ma'at. The 42 Confessions of Ma'at. 42 Confessions of Ma'at.
Thank you for your patience. And I am back. I'm going to go over to my mat. And I hope you have a mat or you're sitting on some carpet that is not going to slide and slip. So even if you're sitting in a chair, there's some poses that you can do here with me today. Again, my name is Sophia Giza. We're going to go through a little bit of yoga and meditation to help us stay centered in these times. I want you to sit straight up like there's a cord from your head to the heavens pulling you up. Resting your hands with your palms face up on your knees and roll your shoulders back. I want you to tilt your forehead toward the ground in front of you and close your eyes. As we begin by taking a couple of good deep breaths. Again, we're going to breathe through our nose And as we breathe, we're going to expand our diaphragm. Our stomach should go out as we inhale, and we're going to do it slowly at a count of 4. 2, 3, 4. Pause and exhale. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Pause and exhale. Take a couple more deep breaths on your own. And as you exhale, just release and let go of any tension in your body. On the next inhalation, I want you to bring your palms together in a prayer pose at your heart center. Exhale. Taking another deep inhalation. And on the exhale, we're going to tone an ancient Kemetic sound. Ung. Inhale. And on the exhalation, bring your hands back down, resting on your knees, and slowly open your eyes so we can begin. I want you to come onto your hands and knees. Make sure your hands are directly under your shoulders. And we're going to go into table to start cow and cat pose. So exhaling all your air out and tuck your tailbone in, bringing your chin to your chest. Into cow. And inhaling, raising your forehead, nose, chin, and your tailbone up into cat. Exhale, cow. This is going to open up our spine so we can begin to do some poses. And inhaling up into cat. Exhale, tucking your tailbone in, chin to chest. And inhaling, forehead, nose, chin up, tailbone up into cat. I'm going to do a couple more. On this next inhalation, I want you to bring your palms out about 6 inches, tuck your toes under, and exhaling up into downward facing dog. And just walk it out. Walk your legs back and forth. Pressing into your palms and your fingers so you don't put pressure on your wrists. And inhale and either step or jump to the front of the mat. Folding over. Exhaling all the air out. Inhale, coming up. Bringing your arms up overhead. Exhale, slightly tilting back. Inhale, bringing your palms together. And exhale, bringing them down into prayer pose in front of your heart. Inhale deeply. And on the exhale, bringing your arms down by your side. Inhaling, arms up overhead. Exhaling, bending forward. Inhale, putting your fingers to the mat, looking forward. And exhale, taking your left leg back into a lunge. Inhale, resting your right hand on your right knee and bringing your left hand to rest on top of that. We're getting a good stretch of our hamstrings in this lunge. Take a couple of good deep breaths here. Make sure your knee does not go over your ankle. Alignment is really critical in doing yoga and making sure that you're getting the full benefit of it and you're also protecting your body at the same time. On the next exhalation, bring your palms to the mat and step forward. Inhaling down and exhaling. Inhale, bringing your palms to the mat. Exhale, stepping your right leg back. Inhaling up, resting your left palm on your left knee and your right hand on top of it so that we can lunge and get this hamstring stretch on the right side. Take a couple of good deep breaths here. Inhale, bringing your palms back to the mat. Exhale, stepping forward. Inhale, bending at the hips. Exhale out. Inhale, bringing your palms to the mat and step back into downward facing dog again. Inhaling your left leg up. Exhaling it down to the mat. Inhale your right leg up and exhaling it down to the mat. Come back into table pose and bring your knees together and sit back on your heels. Take a couple of deep breaths. Inhale, slightly coming forward, raising your hips up. Tuck your toes under. Bring your heels together. Your knees are together. And exhale, resting on your heels in scribe pose. This is an ancient Kemetic yoga pose of the scribe. You've probably seen Imhotep in this pose. This is great because it works on the meridians of the feet that go all the way through your body. And this pose triggers the shoulder and neck. So if you've been doing a lot of work on the computer, this is great to help open up some of that tension in your shoulders. Take a couple of deep breaths here. And if you can't go all the way down, don't worry. Go as far as you can. It's not about stretching beyond your limit. Inhale, bringing your palms forward. And bring your knee on your left knee up and stretch that right leg back. Your left foot should be facing the long edge of the mat as you try to bring your hips down. Pressing your palms into the mat. This is stretching your back. Take a couple of good breaths here. And don't forget to pause between the inhale and the exhale. Try to pull your shoulders back some. And on the next exhalation, you want to bend forward, trying to bring your forehead to the mat. Go as far as you can. Don't push yourself. If you can't go all the way to the mat, just go as far as you can. Inhale, pressing your palms into the mat. And as you exhale, raise up. Inhale, bringing your right leg forward with your knee bent. Your right foot is facing the long edge of the mat, and your left leg is stretched out. This is pigeon pose. This is one of my favorite poses because pigeon is my grandmama's name, my mama's name. She had an indigenous name, pigeon. So this stretches, again, your hamstrings, stretches your back. And I take a couple of good deep breaths here. Rolling your shoulders back. On the next exhalation, again, bend forward, bringing your forehead as close to the mat as you can get. And rest there. Take a couple of good deep breaths. Pressing your palms into the mat. Inhale, coming up. Stretch that leg back. And we're going into downward facing dog again. Come down to the mat and either go all the way down, or you can rest your hands and your elbows on the mat and come onto your belly, resting your forehead on the mat. Placing your arms under your shoulders, lift your forehead, nose, chin up, leaving your waist on the mat into cobra. This too is a great back stretch. Your feet are flat on the mat. Exhale, coming down. Inhale up. And exhale, coming back. And stretching all the way back onto your heels into child's pose. Give you a little bit of rest here. This is one of the few poses where you can rest in yoga. Inhale, coming up, stretching your arms out a couple inches. Take your knees to the edge of the mat. And we're going to do a hip opener. You want to come down, but not all the way to the mat. This is puppy dog. So you're a couple inches above, your elbows are not touching the mat, your chest is not touching the mat. And we're going to rock from side to side to open up our hips. So inhale, swinging your hips to the right. Exhale, coming back to center. Inhale, hips to the left. Exhale, back to center. Inhale, right. Exhale, center. Left. Center. One more. Right. Center. And left. Center. Go back into child's pose. And you can bring your hands and your arms down on your side of your legs. Take a couple of deep breaths here. Inhale, coming up. Exhale. Bring your arms forward, back into downward facing dog, and jump or walk to the front of the mat. Folding forward on your exhale. Inhale, coming up. Arms overhead. Exhale, your palms together. Inhaling them to your chest in prayer pose. And exhaling. Bringing them down to your side. Now bring your right hand over your chest and your left hand in front of it about 1 inch away from your chest. Bring your feet together, your knees touching. And we're going to inhale and raise our left arm with it bent at the elbow. Inhaling and exhaling. And now rest that right palm on your heart. Inhale, looking into the crease of your elbow. Exhale. One more good inhalation. Inhale. And on the exhale, bring your palm back to center. Inhale, raising your right palm. Exhale. On the inhalation, looking into the crease of your elbow, your palm is facing forward. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale, bringing your palm back to center. This time we're going to do it and we're going to add a twist to it. So inhaling your left palm up. Exhale, twisting to the left. Inhale, looking into your elbow, crease. And as you exhale, come back to forward center, resting your arm back in front of your heart. Inhale the right arm up, and exhale, twisting to the right. Inhale, looking into the crease of your elbow. And exhale, twisting back forward. Resting your arm again. Those were ancient Kemetic postures there. I'm going to do another one. Go to the short edge of your mat. Inhale, bringing your palms to center and lift your left knee. And exhale, step back about 2 to 3 feet. Inhale, raising your palms up. Exhale, opening your arms. Your elbows are bent. Your arms are bent at the elbow. Take a couple of deep breaths here. You should feel the stretch in your back and in your hamstrings. And on each exhalation, try and push that back foot closer to the mat. Inhale, bring your palms together, your left knee up and resting your foot back down onto the mat. We're going to repeat that on the right side. Inhaling, your palms up, right knee up. Exhale, stepping back. Inhale, raising your palms up. Exhale, opening your arms so that your arms are bent at the elbow. Take a couple of good deep breaths here. And again, with each exhalation, try and push that back foot closer to the mat. Inhale, coming forward, bringing your knee up. Exhale, resting it down to the mat. Inhale, arms up. Exhaling down, back into downward facing dog. Come onto your knees in table pose and sit on your hips, swinging your legs around in front of you. On the exhale, we're going to come down onto the mat one vertebra at a time. If you need to use your arms as a support, rest your elbows on the mat and come on down. Inhale, your legs up. This is an inversion pose. It's called legs up the wall. This helps to recirculate the blood, bringing it back down into our head. We're always on our feet and rarely do we ever invert. So we're recirculating, re-energizing, and at the same time, this is a relaxation pose. If you have a problem sleeping at night, insomnia, it's great to do 10, 15 minutes before you go to bed. If you have a headboard at your bed, it's great. Just put up the headboard and just relax and breathe deeply. On the next exhalation, we're going to bend our knees and rest our feet flat on the mat. Inhale, bringing our arms out to the side at shoulder height. Exhale. Inhale your right leg up and cross it over your left. And exhale, dropping your knees to the left and looking over your right shoulder. Keep your shoulders on the mat. Take a couple of deep breaths in this twist. Inhale, bringing your knees up and uncross that right leg, resting your foot back onto the mat. Inhale your left leg up, cross it over your right, and now exhaling, dropping your knees to the right and turning your head to look over your left shoulder. Inhaling your knees up and uncross your left leg. And now I want you to bend your knees, bring your feet up and grab a hold to your toes. This is happy baby. And if you want to rock slightly back and forth, just do slightly so you don't fall over. That'll give you a little bit of massage. Couple of deep breaths. This pose also helps you relax because it kicks in the parasympathetic nerve system. And on the exhale, bringing your feet down, stretching your legs out, and we're going to go into Shavasana or mummy pose. So inhale, bringing your right hand onto your belly, resting your palm there, and your left hand over your right. Your thumb should be touching in a pyramid. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply here. You should feel your body, all the blood circulating. You had a good workout. So relax now in mummy. You can wiggle your toes and rock your head back and forth, keeping your eyes closed. Roll over onto your right side and slowly push yourself up in a seated pose. Your legs crossed, sitting up straight. So we can do a brief little meditation here. Your eyes are closed. Tilt your head a little bit forward. Resting your palms on your knees. We're going to breathe and breathe deeply through our nose so that we can all be on the same page as we close out with this meditation. Feel your body. Be mindful of any tension. Take a deep breath and release. Breathing deeply through your nose. Slowly in and out. Notice how you can use your conscious breath to slow down. Slow your mind down, your thoughts. Take time to hear any outside noises. Now, just allow your inner world to breathe and to be more present. What sounds do you hear from your body? Your pulse? Your heartbeat? Listen to the inner world inside your vessel. Give attention to your breath. Breath frees up the soul, stops anxiety, stops depression, which stops oppression. Each thought can be released on the exhale. Focus between your eyebrows, that point. Feel the weight of your body on the surface beneath you. And eventually that weight just sinks into Mother Earth. You're resting on the belly of this earth. So let the weight sink in, always breathing, always mindful. In this sacred space, may we wish for deep healing, healing for ourselves, healing for our family, for others, and this planet. Let us receive all the gifts that the universe presents to us and hear the messages as they come. Embrace our ancestors, for they've sacrificed greatly for us to be here today. And know that your blessings have your name on it. Each mindful breath can be a prayer for tranquility. Inhale radiant light. Exhale darkness. Inhale abundance, health, and wealth. Exhale lack and poverty thinking. Inhale love and light. Exhale pain and disease. Inhale life force. Exhale negative vibes. I want you to take 3 deep breaths and then come back to the world around you. Inhale, bringing your palms together at heart center in prayer pose. And on the exhale, we're going to chant the ancient Kemetic tone, Ong. So inhale again deeply. And exhale. Inhale, raising your head back up, slowly opening your eyes. And on the exhale, bringing your palms back down to rest on your knees. I want to thank you for joining me again today. If you were with me for the smudge ceremony, I am so grateful to have served you today. If you'd like to contact me, my email is sufia.giza@gmail.com. And my website is moundbuilderswindclan.com. Again, I'm honored to have shared this time and this space with you as a part of the virtual Sankofa tribute. Be peace, be safe, and be well. Hetepu.
Give me today my daily bread. Help me to walk alone ahead. Though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no love. Oh, my smile, my mind reassure me I don't need no one. Woke up this morning with my mind set on loving me. With my mind set on loving me. Woke up this morning with my mind set on loving me. With my mind set on loving me. I'm not lonely, I'm alone, and I'm holy by my own. I'm not lonely, I'm alone, and I'm holy by my own. Hey, the bad days may come, the lover may leave, the winter may not. Hey, the map of your palms, the temple you be, you're all that you got. Say amen. Hey, the bad days may come, the lover may leave, the winter may not. Say amen. Hey, the map of your palms, the temple you be, you're all that you got. Though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no love. Say amen. Oh, my smile, my mind reassure me I don't need no one. Woke up this morning with my mind set on loving me. With my mind set on loving me. Woke up this morning with my mind set on loving me. With my mind set on loving me. I'm not lonely, I'm alone, and I'm holy by my own. I'm not lonely, I'm alone, and I'm holy by my own. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my stuff. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my love. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my stuff. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my love. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my stuff. My cup is full of what I got is enough. Nobody completes me, don't mess with my love. Surely, 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 goodness and mercy shall follow.
So she was at a Storytellers Conference at Medgar Evers College, for those who don't know, because I know this is international. Who is doing an international? That's in Brooklyn, New York, Medgar Evers College. And Toni K. Bambara said this. She said, I know we must reclaim those bones in the Atlantic Ocean. Do you know that there is not a plaque, a memorial, a day, a ritual, or an hour that is erected in memory to those 100 million bodies in the Atlantic Ocean? All those African bones in the briny deep. All those people who said no and jumped ship. All those people who tried to figure a way to steer, to navigate amongst the sharks. We don't call upon that power. We don't call upon those spirits. We don't celebrate those ancestors. We don't have a marker, an expression, a song that we use to acknowledge them. We have nothing to indicate that those are our people. And they mattered. We willingly self-administer knockout drops. More horrendous is the fact that we don't tap into the ancestral presence in the waters. Ashe, Toni K. Bambara. So she said those words at a storytellers conference in 1987. In 1989, Dr. Mary Umolo and Brother Tony Akeem of the People of the Sun Collective got together, and they had their first tribute to the ancestors at Coney Island. And from that tribute, you know, I believe, Deborah, I think Charleston was next. Am I correct? That Charleston was the next.
That's correct.
To form a remembrance ceremony. And really the name Remembrance, I gotta give credit where credit is due now. You know, there are many names that we call these tributes to the ancestors. We call, in Swahili, it's Maafa. You know, it's a terrible occurrence. We call them tributes to the ancestors, right? Ancestral Day. We have a lot of different names. But Remembrance was a name that Deborah pushed for and actually called her ceremony in South Carolina Remembrance. And, you know, we have to, again, another mother of a movement, right? And so I came down to South Carolina when Deborah moved there, watched her do the ceremony, was so moved. And I had been to Coney Island. Then I came to South Carolina, saw her do the ceremony, was so moved. I decided I wanted to do one in Hampton because of the history of Hampton, Virginia being the bookends of the African-American experience as it relates to enslavement, because we know that Africans existed in the Americas prior to enslavement. You know, Ivan Van Sertima told us that, right? They came before Columbus. We came before Columbus. But I wanted to do one in Hampton, Virginia. And Deborah said, I'll come. Deborah came down from South Carolina, came up to Virginia, and she helped me orchestrate the remembrance ceremony and gave me all the pointers of what to do and how to do. And so, you know, it has grown tremendously. This movement that started from, you know, her mouth, right? She gave voice to a call. I say she put out a call out there into the community. You know, that's part of her activism. She put that call out and said, we need to honor these ancestors. I refer to these ancestors as the Africans that the world forgot, because everyone remembers what happened during slavery. They know that a ship came, loaded Africans. They were dropped off in the Caribbean and the United States and Europe and all these places. But no one talks about what happened during the middle. No one talks about those that fought back and resisted a life of enslavement, those who jumped, as she said, into the shark-infested waters, that drowned, those who were healthy and were thrown into the Atlantic Ocean because they were running out of food or because they were the resistors. You know, the lie that they tell us, or the lie that has been told, is that Africans did not resist. We have always resisted the oppressive forces. We resisted on the shores of Africa. We resisted on the ships. We resisted coming off of the ships, and we're still resisting, looking at what is happening with these current situations of Black people dying at the hands of racial terror, is what I call it. So we've always resisted. But yes, it goes back to the mothers of the movement. And the piece was in 2014, and it was called Mothers of the Movement, Remembering Bambara and the African Bones of the Briny Deep.
Regina Williams is the former president of the Charleston branch of ASALH, and she brought ASALH on board in an active role for the Remembrance program, and she herself taking on much of the important administrative duties of the Remembrance program. So we thank you for that. And that, of course, along with Julie Sanders Monroe, and I think Donald West was also a part of ASALH too. But Regina, do you just want to say a few words, just introduce yourself a little bit and just say a few words about your role in ASALH and your coming into remembrance and honoring the ancestors?
Well, my introduction to ASALH was very interesting. I initially thought I was going to a writers group. And then I found out that it was a history group, which was even more intriguing. It turns out that it is a really wonderful connection to the remembrance. we had been involved with various holidays and celebrations for our ancestors, whether it was the original Memorial Day or, you know, various and sundry other events, including the history event at Magnolia. But at any rate, my introduction to the Remembrance was really special because I really appreciated the fact that someone's actually, Deborah and Osei had the foresight, insight to bring the celebration and the reason for the celebration to the Charleston area. So that was really important to me. And my role in it started off simply enough. And the more I got involved, the more important it became. I think the directors of that program have really been forceful and powerful in the Charleston area. There are not a lot of organizations doing the kind of work that it does. So I'm very appreciative of Asala and the Remembrance commemoration. And I appreciate being here. Thank you.
I am Osei Chandler, a founding member of the Charleston Remembrance Program. In retrospect, remembering the African ancestors who perished in the Middle Passage is one of the best things that I have ever done. The very first Remembrance Program infused in me a palpable connection to those ancestors when we waded in the waters through which the slave ships passed en route to the docks where the survivors were offloaded. I am very grateful to Deborah, Brenda, and Regina, plus the young bloods that will carry this important mission forward, Kwanzaa, Jonathan, and Talim. Aluta Continua, the struggle continues, Asante Sana.
Thank you, Osei. Did you, this is Deborah, did you have any idea when we first started this that we would be going this long?
No, I did not. I don't think about them things. I just do it at the moment, and then here we are still doing it. That's why I say it's one of the best things I've ever done, because we're bringing this aspect of our culture to our people here in Charleston, who many didn't have a clue, and for those that did, it's refreshing because sometimes we feel like we're on an island out here. You know what I mean? So I had no idea it would last this long, but I'm very proud that it has. I'm very glad that it has. I wish I could last long.
Well, you know, I'm going to have to retire, but from this committee, but we have, listen, it was you, myself, Kwajo, we got started.
Yeah.
And Michael Allen was with us during that time. And then, and that was Alexander Ravenel, I think, was doing the libation originally, if I'm not mistaken. I think. And then Adjo Palmer came on.
That's what I remember, Adjo.
But I know, and I don't even know if it was a libation at first or just a prayer. I can't, it's hard to remember.
It was just a prayer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was Alexander Ravenel, I think, who was like a minister or something.
And we had a large contingent, well, a probable bunch of ministers and we had different religions represented. Christians were there.
Right.
We had Muslims and stuff like that, and brothers from the African village. So different religions were able to honor the Africans in the Middle Passage, and we brought that together. I felt like Bob Marley at the peace conference in Jamaica when he brought Siaga and the other guy together on stage. We brought them all together.
Right. That's true. Yeah, we did have the clergy represented from various different faiths during those early days. And so then we had Adjo Palmer, and then of course she left and moved back to Ghana. And then that's when our sister Helen Phillips, who transitioned, that's when she came on and became our libationist. And then of course,
libation.
She
made people understand what libation was about.
Right. Yeah, that's a big loss. And then of course our brother Bob Small, who was a drummer and always brought the drummers out and stuff like that. We didn't even have to worry about drummers back then.
Not a bit. He was down with everything, just 100%.
Right.
We almost need to consider him a founder because he founded the drum aspect of it.
I agree. I agree. And so easy to work with. Yeah, he was one of the founding members too. So that would be you, Quadjo, Bob, me. We're basically the founding members.
Well, I can't do nothing without Sadiqa. I don't care what you say.
That was definitely Sadiqa, because with Sadiqa, I mean, my God, what a she would set her hat, her sweet basket hat, and she would take it off during the program, you know, and pass it around, and that because we live off of donations.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
we never had money from anybody. It was either out of pocket or donations. That's how we basically, you know.
Yeah. And who could refuse Sadiqa? She put that hat in front of them. They had to put money in. They could not refuse.
Exactly.
If they wanted to, yeah.
And then Jewel every year came out, you know, would drive in from Atlanta. Your sister.
Well, yeah. That's right. And what's the elder woman that passed away from Brooklyn? She used to come every time until she couldn't come no more.
That was
Miss Williams.
Josephine Williams.
Yes.
That was Miss Josephine Williams. She came every single year, the elder, yes.
And always said something too. She wasn't just coming and hanging out, you know. She was beautiful. I miss her. Yeah,
absolutely. She yes. I mean, there was so many people back in we lost a lot of people.
Yeah.
So many people from those days transitioned and moved on into the ancestral realm. So we honor them as well. Because the programs were always good. I mean, every year it was different. I mean, it was different, but it was always good. And of course, you know, I give Ezekwe, your son, Ezekwe Chandler, a lot of credit, because when he came on, first of all, we were both happy because we were trying to retire at that point from the committee. Both of us were. And we met about it, and he came on board, and he brought in a whole nother energy. You know, and that energy has remained with Remembrance. So we definitely want to give him credit. And he, you know, he had to move on and live his life. But
whenever he's back, he'll be there.
Good, yeah. And then, of course, Brenda came on with another. But by the time Brenda got there in 2012, with another whole energy too. You know, she's taken it to another level with the social media and just everything.
She kind of re-energized us, you and I. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this too. Ezekwe and Cheo did the same thing with my radio show. They brought a whole nother basis for it, you know, a whole nother energy to it. When I was sick, I had a couple of operations, a brain tumor operation and a heart surgery, and they would step in at 14 and 16, and then again at 17 and 18, you know. And I had a whole different set of listeners. So yeah, them young fellas, they did good. They do well.
Right. Absolutely.
Oh boy. I'm trying to retire too, Deb, in case you haven't figured that out.
Well, you told me that, but I didn't tell you. I'm going to send out I've got to, I think, I'm sure. Well, we tried to some years ago. I mean, we basically were trying to hand it over, and then Asala came in. We got to give Regina credit, because Asala came in, and Regina was president. Regina Williams was president of Asala at the time, and really, honestly, without her coming in, and Julie Sanders Monroe, you know, they came in from Asala and really, you know, took over in terms of some of the administrative work, some of the stuff that I used to do. They took a lot of that over, and that was really good. But I'm not sure, you know, how long Regina is gonna, you know, hang in there as well. And so we've got to pass it on. So I, you know, give credit and praise to Talim and Kwanzaa and Jonathan for even agreeing to do what needs to be done.
And he's been here from the beginning as well. And he's going to give us the welcome from the National Park Service.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. On behalf of the National Park Service, I want to welcome everyone As he said in Donnell, I've been involved in this program. My first summer working here was 2007. So my first task was to get the dog cart and drive anyone around that needed help with walking from the beach back to the pier. That was my first task here at the Park Service. And I did not think that I would be here today. I had plans on teaching, and so I figured this would just be a summer job, and I would move on. But there are 3 people that are involved with this program that played a big part in being here today. And that's Carlin Simmons in the back, Coach Jose Chandler, and Coach Sadiqa Chandler. And they were all 3. And Coach Sadiqa spoke at my graduation. And she played a big part in being here today. And so every year that this ceremony is going on, no matter if I work for the Park Service or not, I'll be here for it and for Coach Jose, no matter what. And it is really a blessing to be here and to see as many people coming out today. This is by far the most people I've seen since I've been involved in the program coming out. The Park Service, one of the goals of the Park Service is to stay involved with the community and to do community projects such as the Remembrance ceremony. And without involvement in the community, the Park Service, it would not be here today. And so it's our job to reach out to the community, get involved, listen to the people, see what they want to be involved with, and then participate in fully. And that's why the Park Service, especially Carl and Timmons, Mike out, and that's why they're so involved with the Remembrance ceremony and so involved with getting the message out. And something I was telling Zeke about before I got started that I want everyone here to know about, especially if you're a teacher or you know someone in school that goes to the Title I school that may not have the money to go out for something or come out before motion. We're constantly applying for grants at the Park Service. And recently we applied for a Ticket to Ride grant, which would provide transportation to students from Title I schools, elementary through 12, to come out for something. It would be a trip that's at no cost to the school. And so if we don't know about that, and if the teachers don't know about it, their children won't get that opportunity. So please spread the word to teachers, community members to stay involved with the Park Service. Contact Carl, contact myself, contact Mike Allen to find out what opportunities there are for children here at the Park Service. And that goes from field trips to even job opportunities. Like when I started, I was still a student at SC State and got involved in a summer program called the STEP program that was my foot in the door to working with the park. And since 2007, I've grown as a person, broken my knowledge, the history of Southern Island and Charleston, period. And I want to share something that I learned involving one of the places we played soccer at. When I started playing soccer, Coach would say we had what's called a Romney Field. It's the area where you were like me, you had free public education here in South Carolina. You could look to men like Robert Smalls, who played an integral part in free public education in this state. And that policy was eventually adopted throughout the country. And also, if you were in the Marines and you were stationed at Paris Island at one time, you can look to Robert Smalls for that as well. And so we have brochures on the desk, and so I definitely recommend that you grab one of the Robert Smalls brochures. And we also have information about 54 Massachusetts, which is a regiment that we will be commemorating next month in July. And we also have the African Passengers brochures. So there's a lot of information here that we have for the public, and we have enough on hand. So if there's anything that you want to learn about further after today, just find myself, find Carl, and any other meetings, and we'll be glad to share that information with you. All right? So thank you for your time, and ready to move on. All right?
West Africa and Sierra Leone in particular. But West Africa did not provide the bulk of the people who came to the New World, particularly the people who came to the United States. West Central Africa, this area here, which are the countries of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Angola, accounts for about 40% of all the people who came to the Western Hemisphere. Now, the question is how many people came? Probably one of the most reliable sources of counting people who came is the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, which you can find at that web address, and I invite you to, I encourage you to visit it because it is very, very informative. They have
the Charleston Remembrance Program. Before I get too far into it, I want to go ahead and cover a bit of the history and welcome our speaker. But I want to invite Brother D. Daniel St. Attendance with the National Park Service here, and has been working with us from the very beginning to say a few words, welcome us to Fort Moultrie, and maybe speak on the significance of Fort Moultrie for a moment.
Great, thank you, Zeke, and good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the National Park Service, I want to welcome you all to Fort Moultrie. As Zeke said, my name is Donnell. I've been here, I think it's a little over 6 years now. And the very first program that I participated in was a Remembrance ceremony, before I even had a uniform. So this is a special program for me. And before I go on, I want to say a special thank you to, I'm going to embarrass you for a second, to Coach Jose Chandler. He was one of my soccer coaches and one of the only African-American male mentors I had in my life. So he's a special man to me, and can we give him a round of applause? And all the other soccer coaches, I love all you too, Coach Bob, everyone else. But Coach would say missed a few, so I wanted to single him out and thank you for coming. All right. And sticking with the soccer theme, and I'll tie it all back into Fort Moultrie. The first soccer field that I played on was in downtown Charleston at the end of Calhoun and Concord. And back then, as we had fun out there playing soccer, I had no idea the significance of that place. And as I worked here for a number of years and started doing some research, I found out that that field where we stood, that area, was once called Gadsden's Wharf. And from about 1783 to around 1808, that was the primary location where Africans were sold after they served in quarantine here on Sullivan's Island, right there in downtown Charleston, the primary location. So at the time, Coach would say, Coach Bob, Coach Sadiqa, did you know that at the time, Coach would say? The importance of it? Yeah. So, you know, I'm not an overly religious person. I'm more of a spiritual man. And so I know that there's some type of spiritual connection on why that soccer field was chosen. And so I went from a child playing out there to becoming the site manager of our visitor center on that same property. And so we hope to put out a few waysides to talk about Gadsden's Wharf, talk about those who lost their lives out there, because you would have ships coming in with over 1,000 people being sold out there. And there's some graphic tales of that wharf that I won't get into too much detail now, but when we do have that program out there, when we put those waysides out, I want everyone that's here today to make sure we go out there, because that place is, I'm not gonna say just as important as Sullivan's Island, but it's very important to the history of Africans and African Americans in this country. And I wanna lead with this. It's not only important that we attend ceremonies like the Remembrance ceremony, but it's also important that we work for organizations that have the capabilities to put an event like this on. Because without someone within, you just really can't count on people to do your job for you. You just really can't do that. And so if there's, and you know, and I've said it many times in my 6 years here, there are days I'm out there and I can count on one hand the amount of African Americans I see in a day. And so it makes the job sort of tough, but I understand I'm fighting the good fight. And so I continue on, have mentors like Coach Bob, Coach Jose, Zeke, so on, that help me get through. So tell your children or yourself, friends, relatives, to not only
come out to these programs, but to consider working in museums, the National Park Service, and so on. And I will leave with this. I got lost for a second. Shouldn't have looked up the coach and said I got lost for a second. Yeah. All right. Yeah, well, I'll just leave with this. Carlin Timmons, she will attend, and Carlin's been here from the very beginning as well. She was participating in that race, but Carlin will be here today, and Carlin's been a vital person in this program, continuing on through the years as well. And so I just wanted to say thank you on her behalf as well, because I know she really, really wants to be here, and she'll actually be retiring this year, so this will probably be the last program that she'll attend as a park ranger, but I'm sure she will come on for many more years once she retires and moves on from here. That's it, and thank you again, and enjoy the program today.
So, that just reminded me to thank some folks. He's been involved with African American history and culture for a very long time. Just to give you a little brief background on him, he served in the Marine Corps and in the Army, and acted on stage in both Baltimore and New York City. So he's a thespian and an educator. He prepared Black people to vote in the Deep South, taught English in Tanzania and in New York City, organized the New York City's Teachers Union, volunteered with the Organization for African American Unity, that's Malcolm X's organization, and retired as assistant principal of the Schaumburg International School Elementary School in New York. He was a co-instructor with the bioethics for the second year of medical students at Medical University of South Carolina. So he retired a while ago, but he's been active all of these years in terms of not only educating himself, but also educating those around him and working on a number of different projects. So he's going to present some slides, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time towards the end for folks to be able to ask questions. And then we're going to try to stay on task. We're a little bit behind because of the bridge run with the introduction.
Having said all of that, I just learned the word that's right in front of us in Latin. That's the first time I'm seeing that. In my basic classroom, immaculate is a very interesting word for us to remember. It has to do with insufficient geographical knowledge. Most of us grew up, as I did, very much influenced by the Tarzan movement, family of folks in this country. And having said that, and with what Ezekiel just said, I want to start this by introducing you to a lady who was the major force in my childhood when I was like this little one here. She sat on a porch that I played on President Street during the late 1920s. I became conscious of her around 1928, when I was 3. She smoked a corncob pipe, and much of her conversation were comments cussing the background. And the kids in the neighborhood would look over the fence and ask her how old she was. And she would cuss them and the background, but would comment that she was old enough to remember those so-and-so, and I don't want to use her language, because I was much older when I found out that old lady was cussing. I must have been 12 to 13. I said, well, you know, that's the stuff Grandma would say. But nobody said a word to her. Nobody said, shh, the children are here.
And she would talk about witnessing her mother's whipping on that plantation near Columbia. Now, she spent 6 days a week on that porch, keeping an eye on me, cussing the buckram, smoking her corncob pipe, dipping snuff, and all day Sunday in a shouting Baptist church. It was Salem Baptist Church on Line Street near President in those years. And that was where she would take me as a child.
A minister said to me, he would only consider participating in the ceremony or ancestry if it was connected to the present day. He proposed that each time a young person is sentenced to prison, that a remembrance ceremony be held, asking the ancestors to intercede to protect that young person during imprisonment, asking that the family be sustained and maintain a bond with that child, an active bond, and that when released and they return home, that there are alternatives available to acknowledge their value. That's an awful lot, but that's where we are today with many of our young people. We do not really see them as the culmination of our hopes and dreams. Unfortunately, this is an after-the-fact response, but we really must put down, as Booker T. Washington says, we put down our buckets where we are. If 40% of our boys and men are imprisoned at some point, and they lose not only their human rights, but their civil rights, then it is a continued process that started, I contend, with the Middle Passage. This is a shift where human beings were defined as commodities. It is an endemic system of social control. And according to Michelle Alexander in the New Jim Crow, it has morphed effectively in this country over centuries. Slavery, segregation, poor education, mass incarceration. The majority of our young people who escape incarceration are still handicapped through an inadequate education system, continuing the age-old practice of denying Black people the ability to read, to write, and to access skills that will sustain and ensure their security. To begin to alter this paradigm, I suggest that we honor and remember ancestors, not only today, but at family gatherings, birthdays, Christmas, naming ceremonies, parties, funerals, pour a libation to the ancestors. Acknowledge your roots. That is their traditional role in American culture. And I say American African culture. Here in South Carolina, you are fortunate to have maintained a rich heritage. Please continue to demonstrate its value. Another step we must take is to record our family and community histories. These are the stories of this country. There is an expression that unless we tell a story, it's never told. We're quickly losing our memories. So that last year we were caught off guard. We did not, for many of us, understand the relevance of what happened to Mother and May. We didn't even understand what that date was until we got here. I've asked future generations to be able to operate within a context, within a historical context. I ask that you make a pledge to preserve and support these are small, but doable and significant steps in defining who we are. And I think that we are limitless and ageless survivors.
On the streets. There were 15 slaveholding states. Indeed, see it was still legal to sell in the District of Columbia. So we are talking about millions of people being affected in this buying, selling, and trading across state lines. And Charleston was huge in the slave trade. So I've learned that just about 4 blocks within downtown Charleston. So the area I'm talking about, East Bay, Broad Street, Chalmers, where the old slave mart is located, State Street, just those areas. If you believe over 40 businesses open, storefronts, if you may, open to sell slaves. And when I say that to people and I put it in the term storefront, they picture literally a picture window and selling people. It wasn't quite like that, but it was very, very close. What they would do is sometimes they would store people in the back of some of these buildings, or some of them have little areas where today they are restaurants. They have outdoor tables in those areas for us to eat. Some of those may have been places where they stored away slaves, waiting for day of sale. And so I've done some deeper research. There's even a wonderful book I will share with you right now called Slave Trading in the Old South. An old book that was, research was done by a man named Frederick Bancroft back in the early 1900s. And he traveled throughout the South, and his, for whatever reason, his focus was selling and trading slaves. So he documents Virginia, trading, Missouri, other areas, and he has a chapter on Charleston. He lists names and addresses of different locations. And I've taken his research a step further. He lists 32. I found well over 100 traders who were doing business out of downtown Charleston, all located within that 4-block space. And once I found that, that has taken me now on a continuous journey to learn more. And so it's an interesting book, but it will perk your interest of all that was going on. So I'm going to give you some different things that they were doing, spending money, buying slaves. So basically, you could mortgage slaves just like you mortgage a house. You could rent a slave like you could run a car today. They use them as collateral. And so if you didn't have all the money to pay for your slaves, you could basically get them on credit, pay them off, then whatever the range of time is. And lastly, you could put life insurance policies on slaves. And that was very important because a lot of times when they were hiring them out, or renting them out, the exact term is called hiring out. They might get killed or die in the midst of doing a job because the city of Charleston is renting them out. The churches that was built, many of those downtown Charleston, hired out slaves. And so they are doing all sorts of work. And that way that owner would be compensated for the loss of his property. Everything I've shared with you, I have documentation. Everything. So this is just the city of Charleston. Now, let me give you some numbers. The last census, 1860, that stated how many slaves were in this country. And remember, 15 states. That was right at 4 million. Right at 4 million people enslaved in 1860. So this is over a year before the Civil War started. So now we know that during the war, people started to run away and that sort of thing, whether they were going into the northern states or whatever. Still, these are people of African descent that are in need somewhere. So I still count them, even though those numbers will change after the Civil War started. Now, specifically in the city of Charleston, I have a census 1861, so I'm right in the year that the Civil War started. There was 17,655 enslaved people living just in the city of Charleston. I am very exact with that, so that you should. There was a little bit over 3,700 were called free colors living in the city of Charleston. The white population was over 26,000, so it wasn't quite 50-50 at that point. But all the enslaved people in the city of Charleston had to wear a badge, a slave badge. That was identification for them. Think about it, you've got all these black people roaming the streets, going about their jobs. You couldn't tell if they were free or if they were slaves, because they all looked the same, skin color. And so this was also a way that the city of Charleston made money off the system. The government agents made money off the system. So they charged the owners fees and they hired out their slaves. This is men, women, children. And so if a enslaved person was walking down the street, any white person could stop them and say, who are you and where are you going? You know, what's your business? They had to be able to present that badge. If they weren't able to present that badge, they are in dire straits. Now, on the other hand, if that person that they stopped was a free color, as the term is called, they had to prove that they paid their annual application tax on themselves, the annual head tax. If they could not prove that, then they are in dire straits as well. And both scenarios are going to the segregated jail for blacks. At that time, history was known as a workhouse. The workhouse was the punishment house for all blacks, slave or free color. So I'll give you the first scenario of the slave. That enslaved person, of course, is going to have to tell the jailer who owns him. They're going to contact that person. They're going to come and say, what do you want us to do with him or her? And they would make a decision to say, gotta punish him. How long do you want him to stay? A few days, a week, a month? I've seen all of the above, ranging in time. And what type of corrections you want us to do. So those corrections could be, and it's almost a receipt to check off, run the treadmill. Treadmill is also a punishment to get on this thing and walk on it for as long as you told. But it's also doing another job. It's either breaking small rocks that were used on the streets of Charleston, or it's grinding corn, for me. So that's one of the things that may have been chosen for the person. The other is, do you want us to give them lashes, beatings on the back? Male, female, male and female. And they may decide, yes, how many, you won't have 3 a day, but 3 every day that they're here, 5 a day, down to, at the end of that punishment, and doses of salt to the woman. And this is in writing, in black and white.
Repeat that.
Don't add doses of salt to the wound. They could make that check if they wanted that to occur. So Charleston has a very, very interesting history. selling slaves. And that's an important part that I want you to know and understand. But out of all the drama that was going on in downtown Charleston with slaves, when I look at this room of beautiful Black people and beautiful white people, I say that somebody persevered and did what they had to do to survive. So the specific place of, I'll just say something briefly about the old slave market. When the city of Charleston passed this law to take it off the streets, and that's when we say at least 40, we know it's more, but at least 40 sites open to sell slaves. The old slave market was one of those sites. Come this July 1st, that's coming up, that law that passed will be 159 years old. That city ordinance that Charleston passed to take the trading of slaves off the street will be 159 years old. Now, the site where I work is basically a hole in the wall. It's an alleyway. It's a strip of land between two structures. There's on one side is a private residence. Today, on the other side is a law office. In 1856, when business opened, there was a private residence in the same location where it is today, but the other side was a fire station. And it was an open air alleyway. So picture a 20-foot wide space. That's all it is today. It's no different, about 20 feet wide, no roof. Today we have a second level in there, so there's no second level. Just a gutted out alleyway, and they were selling slaves out of it. The city said it had to be off the streets. And that was just barely off the streets. So in the part of this alleyway, it led all the way through from Chalmers to Queen Street. And the back of it was a 4-story jail. And that's what I have. I have a picture of the jail I'd like to show you. That's it. That's the 4-story jail where they housed at the old slave mart, waiting for their sale. This picture is dated 1950. And what the article is talking about is it has been condemned as a slum. And it's going to be torn down. It was demolished in 1951. There was also a 2-story kitchen in this alleyway and a 1-story dead house, a morgue, as it was called. So this was a complex. And they sold out in the area where this jail was. And they sold it between these structures. That was the alleyway part. This site was owned by a man named Thomas Ryan. He was a city councilman in the 1850s for Charleston. His other business was selling slaves. He also had an office on State Street, so he could sell there too. We have Thomas Ryan documented and know that he was doing business out of this location as early as 1852. And what I found, even though the city passed this law to take it off the streets and these storefronts open to sell slaves, there were already offices before 1856 downtown Charleston doing business. Something else while you all are looking at this building, I want to let you know that after slavery was abolished in 1865, that many African Americans ended up living in that same jail with many others, or maybe some of them had once been sold. They had no money, they had nowhere to go. And it would have been late 1870s. So there was a second level put inside of the alleyway, and it became a tenement house, and people lived in there. And when you come in the museum today, you can still see the remnants on the wall where that original second floor was. But think about it. 4 stories and people are having to live in the same place where maybe some of their grandparents had once been sold. And so this site, the Old Slave Mart, as it's called today, museum, was open for 7 years. So from July 1st of 1856 until November 1863, right in the midst of the Civil War, when this particular area of Charleston was being bombarded by the Union Navy and people were evacuated. And that's when business shut down at this location. But that did not stop slave trading in Charleston. And the last item I'd like to, that I brought to show you all is a actual broadside and inventory of slaves that were actually sold there. Yeah. So I can see. Okay, that's it. Okay. And with that, that will adjust it all. Okay. All right. Now we have the size where you'll be able to see the whole broadside. So this is a copy of what was called a broadside. As I mentioned, we might call it a flight. So it has 235 Negro slaves, prime gang. They belong to the estate of the late General James Gadsden. The Mark Charles Street, Schindler Brothers were slave traders, just like Thomas Ryan along the site. And you see they were brought in on the Monday, the 9th of January, 1860. The small print, you may be able to read it. I'll summarize. Basically, you pay a cash down payment, you mortgage the rest, and you have 12 months to pay them off. That basically summarizes what the small print sees on the terms. Now, these 235 were owned by James Gadsden. James Gadsden was a U.S. diplomat back in the 1850s. And he negotiated with Mexico some territory out west that the U.S. wanted to buy. Some of that territory today are the states of Arizona and New Mexico. It became known as the Gadsden Purchase. James Gadsden, the Gadsden Purchase, and these were his slaves. He'll be forever known for the negotiation that he accomplished for the U.S. to buy that land. But he was also a slave owner in South Carolina. Actually, his plantation was called Pimlico. This was the day to be exact. James Gadsden died. His funeral was at St. Philip's Church, just around the corner from the old slave mart. And but at the time of his death, he owed a mortgage on these slaves. He was still paying them. He owed $9,000. That $9,000 had to be paid off, but it took a little over a year before they were brought to the old slave mart to be sold. And they were sold within 2 days. They were gone. They were from ages a month old to 70. And I have the inventory of all 235. Show you that on
Did that equal the $9,000 that he owed?
No, no. I don't know what the total cost was. That information I wasn't able to find. But that was just the balance. So let's go to the first sheet here. And what I'd like to show you is, let's see what this one has. No, leave it at the size of the yeah, just leave it because I'm going to show them the whole document. Can you pull it up a little bit from that detail? Can you pull it up so I can get it off? Okay. I just want you to be able to see the whole, this part of the whole inventory. So they have a number. They are numbered 1 through 235. This one has, as you can see, it's down to 119. So these are all families. These are families. The first column has, it's the little printed number is the number in the family. The written numbers are the cost of that whole family. The next column is the names of each family member. And that the next column is ages, and then the wider column you see there would be qualifications or sicknesses or something that might be wrong with them. And let's see, I'm looking for on this one, the most expensive out of the 235. The one that cost the most money out of all of them was a 14-year-old boy. And his name was Ned. He is number 83. Sorry, I didn't put my glasses on. He's number 83, and Ned sold for $1,400. And he's one in family. I'm going to explain that in a moment too. Come down to number 54. He then was 12 years old, one in family. He sold for $940. Number 55, Isaac. So he was 14, sold for $1,005. And the reason and there are some others that are one in family. Luck up there is number 15. He sold for $1,300. And $50, he was 17 years old. He's number 15. The reason I picked the one in family is because they had no mother, father, sister, brother, uncle, aunt, cousins, nobody else blood related to them left on that plantation. They were one in family. Prime, or teenagers to age 25, male, female. And you've got babies on here. You got 8 months old, 8 months, 5 months. You got little ones, 4 years old, 9 years old. You've got various ages. And let's go to the next one. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. I'll just show you just this last one. The older ones, number 150, I'm so sorry, 127 Cupid, one in family, sold for $12. And Ned, number 147, so he was 70 years old and he sold for $12 as well. These were split and sold to 30 new owners. And many of those owners were also traders that were just going to resell them somewhere else. The old slave market was wholesale. It was wholesale. And they were taking them to other markets to sell them retail. All right. There is so much more that I could share about it, but I just want to say thank you all so much for allowing me to come and share and give you just some insight into Charleston's history of trading slaves, and in a way, it's what happened on the other side when they left Africa. And these are their descendants, just like we are. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Great. First, I'd like to thank the members of the Charleston Remembrance Committee for affording me this opportunity, and also the Charleston Grand Solid for also affording me this opportunity. And to make it in a very short, brief, clear way, just to say good morning to everyone that's here. I'm not talking about Gullah Geechee today, not talking about what may have done here at Fort Moultrie, but I want to take us in a whole different direction. I want to thank Ramona for laying a pathway for what I want to talk about here today, and also Donald for building a picture of you of African presence, arrival, and sustainability. But I want to talk about our experience in America and how we overcame, and the challenges that we face, and the legacy that allows us to sit into this room here today. I can hold something in my hand today that I couldn't held in my hand when I first walked in the building 37 years ago. And I can hold in my hand today an official National Park Service brochure that says Reconstruction Era National Monument.
Yes.
On the afternoon of January 12th of this year, in the previous administration, as far as I want to go, President Obama signed an executive order built on the Antiquities Act, which has been a part of our nation experience since 1906. And in signing that executive order, he created Reconstruction Era National Monument. But without the blood, sweat, tears, arrival, sustainability of Africans in the coastline, specifically in Beaufort County, I could not hold it in my hand. Because it was on November the 7th, 1861, that Union forces made a decision that South Carolina and Beaufort County would be the beginning of change for the South in terms of eradicating the stain of slavery on our American soil. So on that fateful morning, as Union naval forces began to bombard the Confederate outposts on Hilton Head Island in and around Beaufort, a change took place in the atmosphere, and that change was freedom. All that you've seen thus far, from arrival to fusion to history and culture, in a moment changed when those ships of the United States Navy attacked Confederate outposts in the greater Beaufort community, and change came when the slave owners left. Now, when that change took place on the morning of November 7th, 1861, as I shared with the students, those Africans, our relatives, our ancestors, didn't find themselves in a sunken place. They realized that change had came to them. And they began to then move forward to affect us sitting in this room here today. As other Northern missionaries, other church groups, the U.S. Navy, other individuals began to descend upon the sanctuary community of Beaufort and Beaufort County, they realized that there was something that was unique and special about the people because of their history, because of their past, because of their DNA, because of their skills, because of their knowledge, because of their ability. And it was something that they could not overlook. This was something that they could not take advantage of. This was something that they could not push aside. So what we have in the sanctuary community of Beaufort County is the beginning of Reconstruction. Opportunity to transform the bonds of slavery into the gift and the blessings of freedom. Now, this was a challenge for the U.S. military and for the American public that descended upon Beaufort. There were some basic questions now being asked by those who came down. What should we call these people? Are they free? Are they enslaved? Can we employ these people as a part of the military effort? Should we pay them? Or perhaps should we send them to find their masters who abandoned them? These were the questions that were being asked by the military. But faith, providence, blessings would come to pass that these questions were asked, that those individuals in Beaufort were recognized as free. here in South Carolina. Gullah Geechee people led this way. And so as Reconstruction would continue on, I believe intervention came into effect when forward-thinking military men realized that these African-American men with skills and ability could carry a rifle and could be a part of a military engagement in a process. Long before they reached out to ask President Lincoln or anyone else in Washington office, they made that decision. They made other decisions that we can now provide schools, educational opportunities, that these people not to be transitioned as a part of our American experience. All happening here in Beaufort County in South Carolina. But I'm going someplace with this because of all which I just shared with you here today in many of our schools, this is not taught. This is not discussed. This is not brought forth. And so nearly 2.5 years ago, I was dispatched to the Penn Center. I can say this publicly now. A secret mission to share with the executive director of the Penn Center that the National Park Service, that the Secretary of the Interior, that the head of the National Park Service, that the White House was looking for final places to be considered to use the President's pen to establish a national. Now, I was elected. Why me?
Yes, sir.
So, a man of faith, I prayed before as I was driving to the Penn Center, because I said, I understand the intent of these Act of 1906. And if they go along with this, we'll have to give up property. So here I am as an African-American man going to a historic African-American site established in 1862, asking them to give up property. So I sat down in the executive director's office and I told him why I was here, why I was sent, what I think could come out of it, and then I handed him the Antiquities Act. I said, read it for yourself. And I said, the reality is that now is the time, this is the season that we need to address this. And I said, what I'm asking you is too hard. I respect you, I understand, I can lead. And he said, no, because we know that we are all called at different times to make challenging decisions. This is in November. And so we kept talking back and forth through December, through January of last year, February of last year, March, April, May, and in June, almost a year ago, I was invited to the board. And I went to the board and I talked about the challenges, talking about African history in our nation. But what came out of Beaufort County that affected us today in 2016, 2017. And I said, this is just an opportunity. And I left. And as I was driving back, I got a text saying that the board was going to unanimous, except for one individual, to move forward with this. Started to put this back. On the campus of Penn Center, the Brick Baptist Church, built in the by slave individuals. It's a church of white folks. Well, after freedom came, that church now became a part of an African American congregation. And so number one said, well, let's interact with them as an opportunity to bring this picture together. And so I reached out to the pastor, shared with him, and you all know how churches go. So he said, well, let me talk to the folks in church. I said, I respect that. I want to get in trouble, put out. So he said, no, we'll talk to it. Then in November of last year, he said, Mike, can you come to a church meeting? Church meeting. So I go, praying God of Beaufort again, and sat at a church meeting, and I just laid out the history, the importance, and the relevancy of taking the step, and left. And so I got a call from on Sunday, he still had a job, and said that the church said, let's do it. Okay? The mayor of Beaufort, and his seal going to be a part of this, and I'll just give you a building. You don't have to ask me not to do it. Okay, we can do that. We reached out to the U.S. Navy, of all places. There's a naval hospital complex in Houston today. And on that naval hospital complex is a place called Smith Plantation. And on January 1st, 1863, the first reading of the Emancipation Proclamation took place on Smith Plantation. That's here in the South, in Houston County, in our nation. So we reached out to the Navy said yes. So today I can stand with this in my hand, that the National Park Service, in conjunction with partners in Buford, are responsible for 15.3 acres in different sites, different places, and those different locations that talks about the era of Reconstruction. Now, in closing, when I stepped into this place here 37 years ago, that wasn't part of the lexicon of the National Park Service. When I stepped into this place 37 years ago, what you see outside this door, what you see standing inside the poultry, what you see at the bench, was not here. When I stepped in here 37 years ago, what you see in the bookstore, what you see in exhibitry, was not here. But I realized I was placed here for a specific reason.
Yes, sir.
I got here long before you all got here, 20 years ago. But in the 37 years that I've been associated with the National Park Service, it's all about service. It's about lifting up a story that was hidden in plain sight that needed to be.
Amen.
But that's fine. It's likely my last so long. But y'all don't believe, okay? Appreciate you one more time for bringing it out.
That is why I don't want nobody. Nobody. There you are. Come on, man. You hold on. That is why I don't want nobody doesn't be. why I keep on working. That is why I don't want nobody after me. Here come the drum. Hey!
Now I need to get ahead of him.
This side.
Oh, not my good shoe, Lord. Take them off.
in the colonial government of South Carolina, an act was passed that says that any vessel coming into the port here of Charleston bearing cargo, African cargo, as the word said in the act, they would first be quarantined here on Sullivan's Island. That's why we are here on Sullivan's Island. In the distance, less than a mile from where we stand here today, in the early 1700s, was built a small structure that's called a lazarano or pest house. That act said that any African cargo that was unloaded here on Sullivan's Island was to be quarantined here in those pest houses for up to 10 days. And this would be a determination whether or not these African cargo was sick or well. So for thousands of enslaved Africans, captured Africans that arrived in North America, that first saw North America, their first glimpse of North America was Sullivan's Island. So for thousands of others, their first step, as you step on the ocean, on the beach of North America, was the shores of Sullivan's Island. That's why this island is so important. Now, as we look around the entire island of the harbor today, I want us to look at this in a metaphoric way as a place of entry from your mind's eye. And out of this harbor was the diffusion of African cargo, African people. But as was shared with you by Donald and Ramona in the inside, in this harbor came knowledge. In this harbor came greatness. In this harbor came capacity. In this harbor came skills, ability, talent, contribution, legacy, history, capacity. In this harbor. Power. And what else you may yell out in addition to that came through this harbor. So don't look upon this harbor as a harbor of shame, but as a harbor of entry. The neighboring island directly on the other side from us, it's Morris Island. At different times in our American African journey down to where the lighthouse is, transitional things happen there. Let's fast forward to July 18th, 1863. In the point of where the lighthouse stands today is where men of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment gathered. With their rendezvous with destiny as they led from where that lighthouse stands today, heading this direction on Morris Island for that attack that chronicled in the movie Glory happened right there. It was their blood, sweat, and tears that changed the landscape of African participation, not only in the Civil War, but to us today as a nation in 2017. And just beyond where the lighthouse stands is Folly. Sister Moses, she was there in 1863 as those men made that fateful attack onto Morris Island. This very harbor that we see here today also brought us greatness through Robert Small. In the morning of 1862 in May, he, his wife, his children, other comrades commandeered the vessel, the Planter, that left from along the bay area of Charleston. And early on that morning, with his ability, his knowledge, his skill, his understanding, his wisdom, he was able to pilot, navigate the Planter from Charleston, past the guns of Castle Pinckney, past the guns on the lower end of Sullivan's Island, past the guns from Fort Johnson on the other side on James Island, and where that lone American flag stands, past the guns of Fort Sumter, and presented that vessel, that private vessel, to the U.S. Navy as a prize right out of this harbor. So I want us to understand that the waters that are flowing among our feet today have brought life to our nation,
into our communities. If I can step back a ways to the ending of the American Revolution, right where we're standing now on Sullivan's Island at Fort Moultrie, thousands of formerly enslaved Africans left here with the British. This is chronicled in the movie Book of Negroes in New York. The Book of Negroes happened here on Sullivan's Island.
I say.
We have such as many. You know now that after the American Revolution, hundreds or up to thousands of formerly enslaved African Americans left from this state and headed to Nova Scotia. And your kindred are in Nova Scotia today because they left South Carolina and left Fort Moultrie at the end of the American Revolution. So I went up to, when we began to look at our harbor today, think about what came through here. Think about the change that happened here. Even down to that lone American flag there, flying at Fort Sumter. I talked about in the inside what happened in November of 1861 to change the landscape of Houston. They took a firing on that lone place in April of 1861 to begin to remove the scourge of slavery from our American experience out at Fort Sumter. So these are the places that I would hope that you remember when you look at the harbor, when you're driving across the bridges or down at the battery, wherever, you now would see how this is so important in understanding our American experience. And in closing, it's our hope, it's our prayer, and it's our desire that in the fall of 2019, 2020, along the shore, will stand the International African American Museum.
I say.
Sacred waters. Now's the time. We got about 10 minutes. Get on
That's more like 15. Go with the 4. You take my ears. See, 2 years in a row, you in white clothes. Thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
Uh-oh, fishing line. That's what we gotta watch out whatever ain't working, ain't working. I said, whatever's not working, ain't working. I'm not gonna worry about it. Now the tide is in, but we're still here, so that's all I can.
attention. At this part of the program, it's really a personal moment for you to commune with the water before we came in. This is actually where the souls are buried. So come out here and take some time to reflect on that. Where we are, and the water that's just standing. Well, again, good morning. I am with the National Park Service. I am with the National Park Service, and thank you all for coming out. I want to make this Park Service-wise and personal-wise. 34 summers ago, this very month, I began my journey with the National Park Service. This is the center that you saw and experienced. It's not what I found when I got here 34 years ago. So along the journey, the ancestors have guided me through physical, tangible things that you saw and will see here today. Because when I arrived here, the exhibit African Tapestry did not exist. When I arrived here, the historic marker outside of Fort Moultrie at Different Sullivan's Island, it did not exist. When I arrived here 34 summers ago, the bench by the road that you will see later today, it did not exist. But in June of 2014, they are here.
That's it.
They are here because we are standing at the bank of the Sankofa River. As I also shared, the gateway of the ancestors and Africans into the New World. History tells us that 40% of all the Africans that survived the Middle Passage, that made it across those treacherous waters, first stepped foot on North American soil here on Sullivan's Island. That's why we are here. That's why you are here today. With that in mind, you have to go now into your mind's eye and imagine Sullivan's Island not in the way that you see it here today, but a barrier coastal island. And if you journey with me, history tells me in this quadrant of Sullivan's Island between 1701 and 1799 were three small buildings that were called pest houses or lazarado. The colonial government of South Carolina said in the early 18th century that all ships bearing cargo from Africa were required to quarantine those individuals on Sullivan's Island. So imagine, if you will, a vessel coming from West Africa, past where we're standing today, and curving around behind Sullivan's Island, you will see later today, in what we call the Cove.
and those Africans now being imparted onto Sullivan's Island, being detained in those pest houses for up to 10 days. Because they believe after 10 days, if they were suitable, if they were healthy, then they would be taken into Charleston as the conclusion of the African slave trade. So it's in this context, in this reason, that we are here today to commemorate this island. It is placed in our American diaspora African experience. This waterway is part of our American experience. So nearly a decade ago, when you all began coming here to Sullivan's Island, and to begin to experience the remembrance ceremonies that you've had, this is big, this is right, this is death, that in this place, on this island, on this day, in this water, that this commemoration happens. So now when we leave this place, we leave with the knowledge. We leave empowered. We leave realizing Sullivan's Island's place in our American experience.
A lot of dead people didn't make it here. Right. A lot of dead bodies are still out there. That's why we are here. We are here because of the dead people who didn't make it, who were thrown overboard.
Come on now.
Come on now.
And as I shared earlier, your gathering here is symbolic also for the transition of freedom. Because we also know at the ending of the American Revolution, as the British evacuated this very same island, the word went out to Africans. If they wished freedom, they could leave with the British. And so now that's why our brothers and sisters were in Nova Scotia. Because they left from these same waters over 200 years ago. And so that's the impact that Sullivan's Island has. And that's why we're here today. And the Park Service continually welcomes you year after year to commemorate and to remember this sacred place. Thanks.
There's no in between. You can do what you can. We go on the other side.
I ain't seen you in a long see. Right here.
Which one you wanted it? Or you wanted it with water behind you? Ah, what the heck did I just step on? I got it. Oops, sorry. Trying to get the profile of Bob's head in the shot, and he just moved. Worth getting up this morning for? Time. All right, what brought you here this year? No, I got to find out because we've done a lot of work trying to make sure people come in, so it's important to find out. What brought you here this year?
I heard about it last year. I came out last year, and it was a wonderful experience.
That's what I'm talking about. See? Well, what brought you here this year? I'm acting like I ain't never seen you.
Sacrifices of my ancestors. I heard so much about this, and I just wanted to put my feet in the water.
What brought you here this year?
I praise God for this experience and for my ancestors and for my life. This time last year, I was suffering from breast cancer.
Hallelujah! Amen, 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 amen. Amen. I say, Hello. What brought you here this year?
Love.
All right.
Love for my people, love for my ancestors.
I said. What brought you here this year?
My ancestors. To celebrate the life that they gave to me.
Have you been here before?
No, this is my first time.
Where are you from? All right. All right. Work it the sound of love. Hello. What brought you here this year?
Well, this is my second time being here.
That's right.
I was here 2 years ago.
Okay.
Dr. Hayes was here.
And it set in your spirit.
Yes, indeed.
All right, then.
I think we started my journey. I went with one of my singing groups to Ghana. Went to the castle. It just started me spiritually getting back to where I started.
Hey, there you go. Amen. All right, lady. What brought you here this year? What brought you to celebrate the history of all of our brothers and sisters? Now, how did you hear about it to come to this time?
Because we belong to a group that meets at Calvary every week.
Amen. That'll do it. That'll do it. Here she goes. There she goes. Bring them all down. Bring them all down. This ain't a show. If the spirit moves you, get through it. You ain't in a little while. Look at all these beautiful people. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let me hear the hand. Come on now. Just come on now. Put them hands together. Put them hands together. Charleston. Is that the closest we gonna get? I'm just grabbing it. I got it on video anyway. You know y'all slow. All right. Oh, I've been got it all sorts of times. Oh, y'all coming in. Okay. I'm going to keep taking it. All right, let me take your specialty shot. There you go. She just blocked you. Hey! Y'all ready to go? Let's go. Oh, I've been taking it. Video was ready the whole time. I see you. Let's get ready. We got a few more minutes. Go ahead, girl. Work it out. Work it out. Oh, okay. I see what dance you bringing. Bring it. I see what dance you bringing. I see what dance you bringing. All right, folks. It's that time. I don't even know where I threw my shoes. Hello, hello, hello. I'm glad you at least made it this far. Thank you. I ease your way. Don't rush back, because I got to get them pictures and get ahead of you. Not too fast. I slow it down a little bit. Slow it down a little bit. When you get on the tree, take a breather so they can pile up a little bit. That way I gotta, help me out here. Huh? Yeah, man. Let them bunch up just a little bit. Yeah. Enjoy the tree. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Aye. Aye. There go that war song. Coming too fast. Come on, move over there. Move. Move. And they'll go to the right.
They'll go to the right?
Yeah. Only on the right. Only on the right. Hold on, yeah, my yeah. Trying to get half a smile from her. Tuck that in your waist. Tuck this in your waist. Tuck this in your waist and free your hands. So you holding something? Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Tuck it in her waist so you can free your hands. That way you ain't gotta hold it and you can get some movement. Because you being all tight. You can tuck it in the waist and get your flow on. Yeah. Hardy! Looking like half a Hardy, but hardier than hard. How you doing? Ooh, I'm good. I'm good. Touch the water. Come on, y'all. Y'all ain't come to stay cute. If your feet ain't touch the water, let your hands touch it. Everybody fell up. Get Baba. Get Baba. Get Baba up. Get Baba. Remember y'all came for Baba. So we didn't just come here just for the sake of it. Gather in for a moment. Go ahead.
Hello, how y'all doing? Praises be to the Most High, each one day, this audience. Thank you all for coming out. Praises be. We're here at Fort Moultrie, significant in our history, very significant in our culture. When the first people were stolen from Barbados out of Sierra Leone, they came here. They didn't come straight to the port of Charleston. They came to Fort Moultrie. And in Fort Moultrie, they got some good and some bad, what they call history. At this point in Sullivan's Island, this is called a quarantine. It's a place where they took all of the people they considered diseased and they sorted them out, decided who was going to get on the sail block and who was not. And those who was on the sail block, they were shipped down to Charleston Port to be sold. And those who wasn't, abandoned and tossed aside. A lot tossed in this waterway. So I just want to say it's important that we put our feet and our hands in the waterway because our ancestors' body, blood, soul, culture slopes in this water and it travels through because we all know water travels. So we have to remember that we do this ceremony here at Fort Moultrie for a reason. It's not because it's a certain place, but it's because the ancestors came here first. They came here under pain and torment. They came under here under stress. All right? They wasn't happy enslaved people as you see on TV, happy to go and do whatever they want for their masters. They were instructed that if they didn't do it, it was life and death situation. So we are at Fort Moultrie. If you don't remember, Fort Moultrie on Sullivan's Island is the place in which the ancestors first docked. They came over here before they jumped on the wharf to be taken downtown, where the museum will be built. The International African American Museum will be built on the wharf where our ancestors first went into the city of Charleston. But before they came from any place else, they came from Sierra Leone to Barbados, well, the whole West Africa and Central Africa region. But they came to Barbados, to Sierra Leone, to Barbados, to here, right? And they went to Fort Moultrie. Down in their waterways, they were throwing people overboard. Those who were dead and diseased, who couldn't make it to the shores. And then after that, they quarantined them. So this place is significant. It's very significant to your history, to your culture, and to the trauma that you hold within inside of you. We're here to help heal ourselves and release that trauma. We need to move forward. And in order for us to do that, we recognize and then we address what we have to do. This is an area that we give reverence to and homage to our ancestors.
Do your thing. Go ahead. Go ahead. You started. Do the call.
Go ahead.
You started. Only Charleston can do this. Come through, low country. Show them what the Gullah Geechee Nation got. Y'all the youngest ones we got out. out here. You know the rhythm. Your hands don't work? Your feet work? Your feet work? You one of Miss Leah's baby, so I know you know how to dance. Come on, y'all, it's time to loosen up. We won't be over here long. So get your groove on. Pay your respects. Y'all need to join together. This ain't a spectator game. Come on, put your phones up. We got you. Go ahead and do your thing. Let's move it. Hey. Go on in there. Holding back. You that's right. Go on in there now. No. Somebody got to show it. They showed you. Lead by example. Let them know. Hey! Hey! Ah! 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 There you go. Get them babies an outer circle. Come on, Ellis. Let them know they're not alone. Do a circle around them babies. There we go. Hey! Yes! Ah! Okay, we got yes! I say, all right, Elvis, I want y'all to counterclockwise they something. Turn on it. That's right. Let the babies go where they go turn on it. Turn on them, Sister Abner. Go that way. Go that way. There you go. You can't go where you go. There you go. There we go. Let the baby go. Yeah, come on, mama. Come on. Come on. There we go. We know how to do this. Charge up know what they do in other cities, but I know what we do here. Clear the way, baby. Clear the way.
Paved the way for us to be here in this moment. First and foremost, this day has been dedicated for many, many years now to honor those who perished in the middle passage. We give thanks, we give thanks, we give thanks. At this time, we'll just start out with a little praise song just to get the energy just right. First of all, I am Pearl Gordon, Layo, Mom Fatusek, Adjua, Lil Ma, Sister, Kudama, Baby Girl, Lil Pearl. Those are all of my names. Give thanks, give thanks. So, I have a small crew with me here today, and I ask for guidance as I stand here because this is a little different than years prior where there's a gathering, and that creates a whole different kind of energy. So I ask that the ancestors be well with the virtual way that we are doing it this day. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
Come on, y'all better be singing at home too.
I'm gonna let it shine all in my heart. I'm gonna let it shine all in my heart. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
Let it shine.
Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. All in my house, I'm gonna let it shine. All in my house, I'm gonna let it shine. All in my house, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let Wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. I'm gonna lay my long white robe down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. I'm gonna lay down my burden down by the riverside and study. He was no more. Ashe. And also today, to honor the ancestors, to pay homage to them, to invite them to be a part of what we are coming to do today. We also have to set in remembrance of my personal ancestors who have been called upon just a few moments ago. So they are here with us in spirit to partake in this moment with us. So we give thanks to the ancestors on my personal side, mother and father. I give thanks. I am so grateful, so grateful. Are you showing them? And this time, my camera sister is going to give you some close-ups of different segments of the altar. The altar has been set with fruit as an offering, memorabilia that the ancestors once worked with, different tools. The drinks that has been provided today, of course, is water. And we also have coffee, lemonade, water, soda, liquor, and wine. And we have even prepared a meal for the ancestors as well today. And the back of the altar is from whence we came. Give thanks, give thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, here we are to remember those ones who perished in the Middle Passage. We give thanks on this day. We will pour the libation with water. Water refreshes and cleanses everything. Water is the elixir of life. Life begins with water, for the semen is water. The baby lives in water for 9 months. Once it is time for the baby to be born and make its entrance onto the planet, the water breaks and the baby comes forth. Give thanks. Once we want to cleanse, rejuvenate, and revitalize ourselves, we go to the water. Ashe. Ashe. So at this moment, we come and we give thanks to the ones who perished in the Middle Passage. Ashe. Ashe. To the ones who refused to continue the voyage, that jumped overboard. Ashe. Ashe. To the babies that were thrown overboard because they did not want those babies to have that life that was headed for them. We give thanks to the ancient ones whose names we do not even know to call. Please forgive me, God the Almighty, I come giving honor to you, Oladumare, source energy, infinite intelligence, creator of all that there is. We give thanks, we give thanks, we give thanks. We come on this day and we call upon your spirit to come, be with us, guide us, and assist us on this life journey. Give thanks. We give thanks, we give thanks, we give thanks. We give thanks to the Orishas, we give thanks to the divine spirit guides and guardian angels that walk with us and guide us. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. In honor of the ones who made the voyage over and survived whatever happened once they got here, We thank each and every one of them. Ashe.
Ashe.
We give thanks on this day once again to the ancient ones who did not board the ship, who stayed and made Africa what it is today. Ashe.
Ashe.
We give thanks once again and again and again to those souls who rest at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Ashe.
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 Ashe. We
Ashe.
thank you. We honor you and we lift up your spirit. We don't wallow in what happened, but we remember what has happened in order that it will strengthen us and allow us to go forward in a positive light and know that we can call upon your spirits to help us in this fight that we are on at this moment. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. And while we are here honoring those who perished in the Middle Passage, we must remember the ones who were here on this soil that fought for us and fought for what was right. We give thanks to the freedom fighters such as Martin Luther King, Ashe.
Ashe.
Malcolm X, Ashe.
Ashe.
Marcus Garvey, Ashe.
Ashe.
We give thanks to all of those whose names we do not even know to call. Sister Rosa Parks, Ashe.
Ashe.
Harriet Tubman, Ashe.
Ashe.
Thank you for your will and your might. And we call upon you in these times to assist us with what is going on in the world today. Ashe.
Ashe.
We give thanks, dear ancestors. We cannot thank you enough. We ask that you just show up, bring forth your might, your love, and your fight, and allow us to be strengthened by your spirit. Allow us to be guided. We ask that our head, our hands, and our hearts, and our feet all be guided at this time. We ask for courage. We ask for clarity, crystal clear clarity as we walk this walk. We ask for protection. We ask that no hurt, no harm, or no danger can come to us. And let us know without a shadow of a doubt that we are protected at all times. Ashe.
Ashe.
We give thanks to the ancestors who were benefactors in our lives. If you have someone in your life that was a teacher, a mentor, a spiritual guide for you, call their names at this time and allow them to know that all is well, and you ask that they continue to assist you. I call upon Baba Kwame Ishangi, Ashe.
Ashe.
I call upon Mom Fatu Sek, Ashe.
Ashe.
I call upon Mama Aisha in Ghana, Ashe.
Ashe.
I call upon all of the healers that have walked the planet.
Ashe.
All of the teachers that have walked the planet.
Ashe.
All of the ones that have assisted us on this journey and allowed us to be strong and be mighty that we are. We give
Ashe.
thanks to the baby yet to be born.
Ashe.
We give thanks to all of the wonderful, wonderful, wonderfulness that is coming our way because we know it is about to be wonderful. At this time, I would like for us to take a 9-second pause for the cause that is going on the planet right now as it pertains to us as Africans in America who seem to be the target at the hands of the law enforcement. 9 seconds, please. And I thank you. At this time, it has been placed in my spirit to call some of the names that were taken away from us due to what the law enforcement has came and done. And we call upon the spirit of, and keeping with tradition, and I would love to do that. We won't call his name, but we know who he is. Being is because he has not transitioned yet 1 year. Give thanks, Ashe.
Ashe.
We call upon, first of all, let's pay homage to the innocent children who were brutally taken away from the planet as well. Emmett Till, Ashe.
Ashe.
George Stein.
Ashe.
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 Addie Collins.
Ashe.
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 Denise McNair.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Carol Roberts.
Ashe.
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 Virgil Jamar.
Ashe.
Lamar. Sorry. Ashe.
Ashe.
And some of the ones who recently were taken away untimely by the hands of the law. Freddie Gray.
Ashe.
Ashe. Sandra Bland.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Alfred Sterling.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Philando Castillo. Ashe.
Ashe.
Stephen Clark. Ashe.
Ashe.
Breonna Taylor.
Ashe.
Ashe. Javier Ambler. Ashe.
Ashe.
And to all those names who we did not call that were taken away in that way, we pay homage to you and know that all is well. Know that we love you and we lift up your spirit, and we ask you to continue to rest in peace and in power, and rest in the knowing that change is coming. Ashe.
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 I would like to call upon some more of the freedom fighters again, because we need that kind of spirit to walk with us at this time and guide us. Ashe.
Ashe.
I ask that you also realize that we are in a spiritual war, not a physical one, but a spiritual one. So I ask you and I encourage you to practice your tradition at every chance you can. Learn about it, read about it, go educate yourself on it, and research it. The tradition is one that is very, very powerful, and everybody else on the planet knows that that is so. Ashe.
Ashe.
To Huey Newton. Ashe.
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 Evans. Ashe.
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 Malcolm X. Ashe. Garvey. Ashe. Jimmy Jackson. Ashe.
Ashe.
Henry Smith. Ashe.
Ashe.
Samuel Hammond. Ashe.
Ashe.
Delano Miller. Ashe.
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 Her own dance company, but she has a beautiful song called EK Lena. Alrighty. Okay. So do you want to tell them about it?
You ain't gonna need that mic.
So Ibike Lena, it's actually called Tubala Kono, and it's a song that accompanies a rhythm called Ingoron, which is a rite of passage dance for young girls. So it's a call and response song. So I'm gonna say the response. I'm gonna say the call, and I would like for y'all to join in on the response with me. So the words are EBK Lena.
EBK Lena.
Yes, and it's gonna sound like EBK Lena.
EBK Lena.
Beautiful. All right, y'all ready? Yes. Tubala konojo. EBK Lena neko tubala konojo. EBK Lena. Tubala konojo. EBK Lena neko tubala konojo. EBK Lena. Walariera mosodo la nisigi madila neko.
Say on somebody. Okay.
Let me go from the phone.
I think we back.
Huh? It's back.
Yeah.
Hello? Hi. Am I back?
Yes.
Sorry for technical
It
difficulties.
said yes.
Give thanks.
Yes. Set.
I don't know what was missed or where we lost connection, but I'll continue with
The freedom fighters and the sound a little louder.
did we do the names of did the names come across?
Yes, for the most part.
Yes. We just need if you can get the mic a little closer.
You can tell we live, folks. More du point, more du point, more du point.
Yes.
We know what we doing.
Are we good to go? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the names of the freedom fighters, or must I call them again?
Please call them again.
Okay, here we go. Martin Luther King, Huey P. Newton, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, James Chaney, Jimmy Jackson, Samuel Young Jr., Henry Smith, Samuel Hammond, Delano Middleton, Fela Nikolapu Kuti. And then did we hear the names of the innocent children who were taken away from us, right? Okay,
yes.
We did.
Please read them again.
Okay, here we go. The innocent children who were taken away from us way, way too soon. May your spirits continue to rest in total peace and power. Emmett Till, George Steiny, Addie Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, Cynthia Wesley, Virgil Lamar, and to all those names that we do not know to call upon that fall into this category. And to the civil rights martyrs, Willie Edwards, Reverend George Lee, Lamar Smith, John Reese, Matt Parker, Herbert Lee, Lewis Allen, Henry D., Charles Moore, Lieutenant Colonel Lemuel Pitt, O'Neill Moore, Willie Brewster, Ben White, Clarence Triggs, Benjamin Brown. We give thanks. We give thanks, and we are so grateful for your spirit, for we know that you are walking with us, protecting us, and guiding us. We are so delighted that we can come and honor you in this way. Please accept our offerings today. May it be well with you. We ask that as we continue this journey called life, that you walk with us in spirit. Guide our heads, our hands, and our hearts, our eyes, our ears, our tongue, our feet, our words, our actions, and deeds, and all of our endeavors. We ask and we give thanks for long quality life. We give thanks for optimum health and vitality. We give thanks for the abundance of all that the universe has to offer us, and we stand in acceptance and receive it all. Give us the courage and the might to move forward when directions are given to us. Allow us to understand what is being said, have the courage to move forward and act upon it. We give thanks to the divine ancestors whose blood runs through our veins. Every chance you get, it is for your benefit that you honor them. Sprinkle water, pour liquor, tea, wine, whatever you're led to do. But honor them and lift their spirits up. And we do this not to wallow in, like I said, what has happened, but to be grateful that we are here to witness the spirit of the ancestors surrounding us to protect us on this journey. We are so very, very grateful. And I give thanks. And I give thanks for the opportunity once again to share the energy that walks with me and protect me and guide me. I, Oshumanuala Efulayo, give you thanks. Ashe,
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 Ashe.
Ashe.
Thank you.
Okay, the mic is muted. They took you off. What a roller coaster.
Necessary her own dance company, but she has a beautiful song called PK Lena. Alrighty. Okay. So do you want to tell them about it?
Yes.
You ain't gonna need that mic.
So Ibike Lena, it's actually called Tubala Kono, and it's a song that accompanies a rhythm called Ingoron, which is a rite of passage dance for young girls. So it's a call and response song. So I'm gonna say the response. I'm gonna say the call, and I would like for y'all to join in on the response with me. So the words are Ibike Lena.
Ibike Lena.
Yes, and it's gonna sound like Ibike Lena.
Ibike Lena.
Beautiful. All right, y'all ready? Yes. Tubala konojo. Ibike Lena neko tubala konojo.
Ibike Lena.
Tubala konojo. Ibike Lena neko tubala konojo. Ibike Lena. Walodieda musodo la nisigi madila neko emana tala jamado.
Ibike Lena.
Walodieda musodo la nikoko madila neko emana tala jamado.
Ibike Lena.
Concoriera te badola. So magila neko emana tala jamado.
Ibike Lena.
Concoriera te badola. So magila neko emana tala jamado.
Ibike Lena.
Tubala konojo. Ibike Lena neko tubala konojo.
Ibike Lena.
What time is it? What time is it? We are an African people. Yes, okay. I want you to start thinking about some of your answers, the things you want to call out.
I shall be back to know. Back to know. Back to know.
Great. Great. Great.
All right, check your time. Y'all ready? The rest of the world is waiting. Hey! Yeah!
I'd like to get your attention. We need absolute silence. Most sacred part of the ceremony, please. Absolute silence. Thank you. If you can come in, we want to form a circle.
Or half,
don't even have to take
or half a circle. Half circle.
We have to do a half circle.
Bring it in this way.
And then you can tell them afterwards. Drummers. Okay. Okay.
No, you're just gonna half circle and gonna bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring that baby in. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. Tighten it up, folks. You can come all the way up to the edge of the sheet. Bring it in. Step past them seats. Bring it in.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
After the libation.
And she's right here, so let's make that. Yeah. Just meditate on it for now. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, no, after the libation.
Got 3 minutes to be on peace with yourself.
done good.
I should.
Back in it used to be, we'd have to synchronize our, we used to say, simonize our watches with everybody.
Omi tutu, ana tutu, ile tutu, tutu la roje, tutu ego, pa kosiku, kosi aron, kosi eo, kosi ofo, kosi akoba, kosi adina, kosi araje, kosi firibo, aiku babawa. Mojuba lofi, mojuba bogbo orisha embeleshi oludumare, mojuba bogbo egu embeleshi oludumare. I salute all of the ancestors that perished during the Ma'afa. I salute all of the ancestors that survived the Ma'afa. And because of them, we stand here and are able to give them praise. I wish you would call out all of your ancestors so we can praise them all and raise them up. Ibaye.
What do they get? They're my best. Henry Holland Garnett.
Mark Delaney,
Robert Small,
Edward Martin,
the Kitchenes, Ibaye, Rockham, Ibaye,
Marcus Garvey,
Ibaye,
Moses first,
Ibaye,
Antonio Marshall,
Shaka Zulu,
G2,
Ibaye,
Madam
Ibaye,
C.J. Walker, Dr.
Ibaye,
Antonio Marshall, Ramsey II,
Harriet Tubman,
John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben,
Mother Moore,
Kwame Nkrumah,
Chancellor Williams,
John G. Jackson,
Ibaye Toru, Ibaye.
One Coleman.
Ibaye
No sample.
Ibaye. Sadika Chandler. Ibaye. Okay, Ibaye Toru. Ashe.
All right, what we will do is we're going to have our drummers play. We're going to follow our drummers. The way the procession will go is we will have the drummers first. We'll follow with the offering. Our ancestors will follow right behind the offering, and then the elders, our elders.
They following too.
Our elders and ancestors will be following right behind, and then everyone else will follow behind the procession. All right, Hotep.
Like this,
sorry.
All right, drummers, we'll follow you.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You got to move on chairs. John McGill.
Sorry, don't forget, I'm from the field. I'm your Facebook friend.
Sorry, I gotta take a shot.
We ain't started yet.
We got you.
And everybody just tighten up, gathering
Thank you
around.
for your graciousness. Good.
Now, the other names that
Dr. Yosef and Yaakov.
Sandra Bland.
Folks, think of your own family line. Go deep in your bloodline. Where your grandmother, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother. Some of you are privileged to know this information.
Ralph's family.
Great-great-grandfather. On the same on the road.
Tap Chandler. Kamal Ibrahim Tap Chandler. All right.
Is it? Not an animal. Bring him. You still got time. No one can hear her.
At this time, I ask the elders to please allow me to continue. Do I have your permission? Thank you very much. I am Oshun Wanuala Efulayo Gordon Adjua Mom 526 Lil Ma Sister. I come to you today, and I thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Thank you so much. I come with great joy in my heart and great respect, and I'm honored to be here. I thank you so much. At this time, I would like to just give thanks to God the Almighty, as I said, who is called by many names. Oladumare, we thank you. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We thank you to all of those deities, the Orishas, all of those angels and spirit guides and guardian angels that watch over us. We call you forth at this time to come and join us. Come and join us, please. We thank you, we thank you. We ask you, dear ancestors, to accept this offering that we are giving you here today. May it be well with you. 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 Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. I come today and I ask their ancestors that those of you who, before the Ma'afa ancestors, we give thanks to those. We give thanks to those ancestors whose names we do not know to call, but we call you forward that you come and join us on this day. Ashe? We thank you, we thank you, we thank you to all of those ancestors who left home, got on to the vessel. We thank you to those ones who willingly did not come. Yes. And we thank you, we thank you, we thank you to those who unwillingly things happen and you now rest at the bottom of the ocean. And we thank you. We thank you, for it is your shoulders that we stand on. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you, dear divine ancestors. We thank you. And we call upon you today, ancestors, to come, be with us in this moment, and grant us your presence. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. Every step of the way, on every journey that we partake. We come and we ask you today to please forgive us. Forgive us for not allowing you and try to handle it on our own. The ancestors, please forgive us that we allow you to be thirsty and hungry and wondering what is going on this side. You don't acknowledge us like you should. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you. Forgive us. Forgive us and allow us to allow you to forgive us all of what it is that we have whatever it might be that may be bothering us on this day, these days from now on, be it physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, financial. Bless us, dear ancestors. Guide us, show us the way. For we do not know. We think we do, but we don't. Ancestors, please guide us and allow us to continue to call on you, because you're waiting for us to do so. Please come and join us. Join us on this journey, please. We thank you. We love you. We're sorry. Please forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us, ancestors. We will do better, we promise. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you, ancestors. We call upon all of those ancestors who fought for freedom and fought for what is right. We thank you, ancestors. We thank each and every one of you. Let's now call out some of those freedom fighters' names, please. That fought. Ashe. 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 Harriet.
Queen Nanny.
Amy Garvey. All those people forward now whose blood runs through your veins, whose shoulders you definitely stand on. I call upon my dear beloved mother, Alma Marie Burris Gordon. My father, Alfonso Marcellus Lillian Ashe. My beloved brother, Joseph Gordon III, Ben and Bethany Newman Gordon. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sam and Lizzie Brown Burris. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alice Jeanette Burris, Auntie Bernie Scott Barnes, and Ellen C. Gordon Brown. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. If you do not know the names, call out the last names of the different clans that you belong to. I call upon the Gordons, the Brown, the Queen, Nelson, the Cooper, the Witherspoon, the Fullmore, the Tisdale. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. We are so honored. We are so honored. We are so grateful. We call upon all of those who were the babies that left sooner than we thought they should have gone. Call upon each of them. Call them and let them know that we are here. And we are so grateful for your short stay. Everybody didn't come to stay long. And we release you and we allow you to become our angels as well. We thank you to the children who have not yet come forward, who will carry on this tradition and honor you, their ancestors. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you, ancestors, that you will guide our head, our heart, our eyes, our feet, our tongue, our words, our actions, and our deeds, all of our endeavors and our efforts. We thank you, ancestors, that you will just bless us beyond unbelievable measures, ancestors, and just allow us, ancestors, to remain grateful, to remain humble, to remain in the knowing that you got us no matter what. We thank you, ancestors. We are grateful in this moment, and we call you to come and join us on this journey. And we promise that we will do better. We promise that we will do better. We ask that you just join us on our journey. Guide the way when we feel like there's no way out of anywhere. Show us that there is light and that you got us. We thank you, ancestors. We thank you, ancestors. We thank you, dear God, the Almighty. We thank you, Lord, through my word. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Ashe. 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 Ashe.
I'm trying to tell you something.
Alafia. Alafia.
All right, very good. What will happen now? We need a couple of young brothers to help gather up all of these things onto a cloth. I think we're probably going to need another cloth. I think I have one right there.
Looks strong.
Right.
Know everything I'm about. I owe my grandmother, who never had a formal education, and my mother, who never had a formal education. When she died at 93, she was the eldest in the family. She had to work to help the other children to go to school. But she was the greatest scholar because of her wisdom that was passed down to her. And I think we should use these opportunities to really teach our children about their history, so they could be proud of their cultural and heritage. Thank you.
I wish, however, I wasn't going to do anything, but then I was reminded of being an elder. And then I saw some young people coming over and from the river and barely moving. And I want to tell y'all, even at 70, our ancestors were full of energy. This is the kind of energy we have at 70. I want to do something in honor. I got 2.5 minutes left. I want to do something in honor of Brother Bob Smalls. He and I developed this project back in the 70s. Where we were working for the city of Charleston and developed the storefronts for the arts. So this is something we did together, and you know our culture of call and response, that means all of you will have to participate, so you can rest your arm for a minute. Okay, we are going to do the African American history rap. I want you to repeat after me. I say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, African American history.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, African American history.
H-I-J-K, elemental P, African American history.
H-I-J-K, elemental P, African American history.
Q-R-S-T-U-V, African American history.
Q-R-S-T-U-V, African American history.
W, X, Y, and Z, this is the story all about me.
W, X, Y, and Z, This is the story all about me.
I'm not gonna tell y'all. I heard somebody that didn't know the ABC. Now, I want you to do it by yourself. That said ABC. Come on.
African American history. HIJKLMNOP. African American history. URSTUV. African American history. WX, Y, and Z. This is the story all about me.
A, African American, my true identity. B, Benjamin Banneker, surveyor of DC. C, for my community, the place I call home. D, for all discoveries, I make this on my own. E, for education, we use from day to day. F is for the families and God that they portray. G, for gifts and talents of those who entertain. H, for Houston Hurston, who wrote about our people playing. I, for rhythm, blues, jazz, and all our instruments. J, for Jesse Jackson, who ran for president. K, for Martin Luther King, we honor with a holiday. L, for Cowboy Nat Love did what did they say. M, for the man who C.J. Walker, like Mother Baker there. N is for the prophet Nat Turner, a freedom fighter who dared. O is for President Barack Hussein Obama II, to keep our hopes alive. P is for principles he upheld, to keep our hearts with pride.
All right.
P is for
Yes.
Here's for the questions that I ask about my history. R for religion, from Islam to Christianity. S for the 7 days of the Kwanzaa celebration. T for Harriet Tubman, Doctor of Freedom Station. U is for the Underground Railroad, a secret passageway. V for values to make us strong, community to faith, I pray. W for Woodson Carter. G, a vision he did see when he proclaimed February for Black History. Now, X is for the name that Malcolm took because it means I know. Y is for you to be all you can be for the first thing you were born. Z is for zenith, the highest point in our universe. We reach it when we repeat the African American history verse. I said A, B, C, D,
E, F, G.
African American history.
HIJKLMNOP.
African American history. URSTUV. African American history.
WX, Y, and Z. This is the story all about me.
See you next year, folks.